Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're joining us from. Hi everyone. Hello, can anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me? Hi, hello. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Mm. If you're on the stream and you can hear me, please let me know. Okay, hi Pascal. Thank you for letting me know that you can hear me. And welcome to join the stream. How are you doing? Happy to hear that. I don't know if this is your first time, Pascal. Is it the first time you are joining us? I don't really remember seeing you in the chat. Is it the first time you are joining us? Okay. Oh, okay. Then you're welcome. I don't know where everyone else is gone. Anyway, happy to have you here. My guess is you were probably on uh, Saturday's session that I held, because I remember mentioning on Saturday that I run these sort of sessions. But anyway, welcome to everyone on the stream. Hi Ngozi, welcome. How you doing? Um, for anybody who happens to be joining us for the first time on this stream, it's a steady with me stream, and what that means is that if you're looking for like a community to study with, to stay motivated and sure that you are forced to learn what you have to learn in a right way, right? Then this is the place for you. And what we do here is on daily basis when we show up, we are up to like 6 hours or 5 hours averagely. And within those 5 hours, we spend, hi Steven, welcome. We spend um like we break those 5 hours or 6 hours into sections, and each session has like a focus time and a break time. During the focus time, we are focused on whatever we're supposed to be doing. Hi Maulila, welcome. We missed you yesterday. So during the focus period, we focus on learning or working depending on what you are doing at that particular point in time. Then during the break time, we take time off to discuss any sort of thing that comes up, especially questions that you may have during your studies. If you're struggling with any concept, we are happy to discuss it or give you any sort of pointers and the likes. So that is how the stream is run here for those of you who are joining in the first time. All right. So today is another wonderful day and we are going to get things done. I'm happy for you all. Being able to join us today means a lot to me. But then I hope that by joining, you're also motivated to accomplish the goals that you set for today. If you haven't set any goals today yet, please go ahead and set your goals. What do you intend to learn today? And yeah, that kind of thing. If you have any questions too, you can always drop them in the chat for us to discuss. Steven says, "Good afternoon. Trust, yeah, I'm having a great day. It's morning for me. Haven't done much in the day, but then have a long day ahead. So looking forward to being able to finish all the things that I have written on my to-do list. Um, yeah, it's another new week of learning. It's another new week of stretching the gap between the men and the boys. See, you had a class yesterday. Oh, okay. Yeah, everything is fine. And as I said, yesterday's stream was just 1 hour stream where we had a couple of discussions and I had to leave because I wasn't in the house. I went for an event and pretty much did everything from there because I had to leave early to be able to catch up. Anyway, Ngozi says yes, I was able to put in about 2 hours into ALS yesterday. Okay, that is good. I hope you are able to achieve more from the time that you spend doing this. Okay, so what's our goal for today? Let's set those straight before we start a focus session. What's the plan for today? Welcome, Erasmus. How are you doing? Ha 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 ha. Marilla, please, I beg. I don't want to be running. Hi, Enoch. Yeah, Enoch, how are you doing? I think I didn't see you yesterday as well. Jordan, welcome. How are you doing? Yeah. Olabisi Abdullahi. Hi, Olabisi. I'm guessing this is also your first time commenting in here because I'm yet to see. Oh, yeah, I think this is probably the first time I'm seeing the name Olabisi in the chat. How are you, Olabisi? And if it's your first time, you're welcome. Um, Erasmus says I watched an integration video on Paystack that was done with Django. Oh, I see. Does that mean you've not seen any that has been done with Flutter Wave yet? Because I think that at least Paystack their documentation is a bit robust, like, and people have started creating YouTube videos around it. However, I can't say same for Flutter Wave because I haven't checked up on it at all. The first time I wanted to implement the Paystack payment gateway, I think it was a blog post on Medium that I came across that really helped me even before I took the time to go and check out their documentation to fully understand what a person was doing in the blog post. And by the way, for those of you who are joining for the first time, we are trying to build a community of lifelong learners. People are always motivated to keep learning and keep doing hard things to, I mean, fulfill their life, right? So we try our best to join up here every single day, and we've created a community. If you are interested in joining the community, you're happy to join. Steady with us crew. Victor, hi Victor. Victor, I think I didn't see you yesterday. What happened? You can join the community by signing up with the Google form. I'm about to share a link. So if you're interested, just join the community by signing up to that Google form. AhaniaObed.com/study with me. That's SWM. Yep. So you can sign up there. Says so today after work, that is what I would be doing. I guess I needed to create a Django admin app solely for the payments integration. Oh really? But is it that the one that you have already will not permit? Because I don't see why you should have like multiple admin apps and have like one dedicated to the payment. I feel it should be able to work together with, if you already have an admin app, I feel it should be able to work with it. I mean, I don't know, because I've not even taken a look at that, and I don't know the last time I saw Django. So Victor said yes, had sleep deficit. The time we started was the window opportunity. I mean, that is okay. Sleep is necessary, and I think for me right now it is one of the non-negotiables for me as well. I try my best. Yesterday, for instance, I was up to like to 2 a.m. and ideally I'm supposed to wake up at 6, but when because I slept at 2 a.m. and I was wondering whether I'll be fit enough to work actively the way I want if I woke up at 6. I says when the alarm went off, I had to turn the alarm off and continue my sleep for an extra 2 hours. So I think for me right now, I try to get a minimum of 6 hours sleep each day so that I am fit during the day to be able to do all the things that I need to do. So yeah, I mean, if you had sleep deficits, it's always good to fill that in. ChatGPT seconded the motion on that as well, so that all the info from the transaction can be saved. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the whole point. If you have to have multiple, no, so Paystack, at least Paystack itself has like their dashboard and records of everything that you send to them, right? But as an e-commerce, it only makes sense for you to, once the transaction has gone through and has checked as a success, you have to get back and store that data or update the order in your database and say, okay, this person has paid. Okay, and I personally, I even prefer going forward to adding how much the person paid, like all of those things in your database, so that you can also do your sales analysis on your dashboard. In that case, you can get to see if there is any discrepancies when it comes to the amount of data or amount of money that has been recorded on your Paystack dashboard as against the one on your own dashboard. So I think a colleague of mine, there is this platform that's he got a freelancer to work on, and we had issues afterwards. Like people were paying, and there was like, if you try paying, the payment hasn't been successful, it has been recorded in the database that you have paid. So on the dashboard, when the client checks, like there's so much money here, like in my account on your platform that I'm using, but when I go to Paystack, there is not up to that amount of money there. So that discrepancies, you have to be extremely careful. You have to make sure that whichever payment gateway you are using, the payment has gone through successfully there. And once you know that it has gone through successfully, you can go and update your database and with the requisite information to show that this client has paid this amount of money. And that means that now the value that you are storing correlates with the value that is on Paystack. And you can do that, I mean, to confirm what's going, I mean, yeah, get all your analytics, and sales analytics is a huge thing for e-commerce platforms. All right. Hi, Tom. Hello, Tom. Uh, Tom. You're welcome. I'm also guessing, Tom, this is the first time here. Oh, so I skipped the message. I didn't see Tom's message. Sorry, I didn't see it earlier. Yeah, you're welcome, Tom. Is it your first time with us? And learn with Bamidele Michael. You're welcome, Michael. Ooh. The way you have said hi doc is Bamidele Michael. It means I'm expected to know who you are, but unfortunately I can't connect the dot, and I'm very sorry about that. I mean, I so probably we have chatted somewhere. That's why you said that. But then, hey, I'm excited that you have joined us today. And if you can just quickly remind me, then I know that, okay, this is, oh, it's your first time here. Okay, all right, yeah, okay, then that's good. I mean, I try my best to pronounce every name that comes here, even though some names are difficult for me. But I try my best to pronounce it so that it clicks anytime I try pronouncing it again, and that's how I'm able to keep a mental record of people who join the stream. And also, in order to ensure that we can keep up with everybody, that is why we decided to create the application form, not application as in application, but a form for you to give, like, submit your details if you are interested in joining the community, right? So that we can follow up on you anytime, any day, to make sure that everything is going well with you regards to your studies, and you're staying as motivated as you can to continue studying. Hi, Afyong Popola. Welcome. I think this is also the first time you are joining us. So those of you who are joining for the first time, please let us know where you are joining us from, okay? So that, I mean, there are some other people in the community who may be coming from where you are. You can easily connect and help one another. The other thing too is that it's always good to have uh, friends across the continents and even across the globe. So do all to tell us where you're joining us from. And if you're filling the form, I think that's one of the things that we request of you to uh, input the country where you are joining us from, country and place, right? And do all to join the community as well. If you try to fill the form, I think you would find a link to join the community. Okay, Tom says no, please, but sometimes the timing. Uh, okay. So the timing for the session, is that what you're referring to, Tom? That maybe the timing for these sessions do not match up with your free time. So uh I hope I'm pronouncing the name well. Oh, okay, cool, Afyong. I hope I'm not butchering your name. And if I am, please and please and please pardon me for that. Yeah. Tom says I've chatted with you before on LinkedIn. Oh, interesting. Happy to hear that. So it's been a while. I visited LinkedIn, and yeah, I mean, I think I'm trying to go back there to respond to all the messages I have, but I hope, I hope, if you said you've chatted with me before, then I'm guessing that I responded, and I'm glad that I was able to respond to your message. But I hope everything is fine. Bamidele says, I asked to join your circle and you added me to your WhatsApp group. As as per your pronunciation, you did great. Oh, happy to hear that. But which WhatsApp group was it? Digital school, or I mean, I don't even know. Because I have so many WhatsApp groups that now I don't even know what is what. So right, for this particular, okay, so for this particular group, I think Hinok and Marilila are here. They would be managing it. I even need to make them admins to the group so that I take the burden off myself. Otherwise, I don't know how far things will go with the community. All right. Mm, okay, so Afyong and Bamidele filled the form. Okay, cool. All right, that's great. And hi, Michael, welcome. I think there was an earlier. Oh, okay, yeah. So it's Bamidele Michael and Ami Michael. You're welcome. What exactly are you guys studying today? What's the plan? Just let me know. So the reason why I keep asking this every day is when you join, I'm expecting that you are about to learn, and for that matter, you should make public what you're about to learn. It forces you to want to keep doing it. We have discussed, I think last week we discussed what we call public accountability and its essence when it comes to learning. And based on that, I think it is a good practice for you to name what exactly you're working on, what you intend to achieve by the end of the session, all of those details. In fact, it's the more reason why we decided to build a platform where everyone who is joining the stream will put their to-do list there, so we can follow up and make sure that you're really doing it. You said you're going to achieve this, and that is exactly what you're doing. So hopefully, yeah, like just go ahead and drop what you are about to learn today. We're about to start the focus session in a couple of minutes. So go ahead and drop what you're about to learn so that I can also engage you based on what you're learning and see if there are any pointers that any of us can give. It's not just me, but then you find other people in the chat who may have experience in something that you are learning, and they can point you in a direction that will probably be very helpful. Afyong says you are doing just fine with the pronunciation. Oh, okay. All right, cool. I'm happy to hear that. Marilla is always laughing at me, so thank you all for not laughing at me, even when I'm butchering your names. Anyway, yeah. Tom says normally I watch the recorded video because I start my studying at 9 a.m. Accra Ghana time. Oh, I see, and continue with you when you are live. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. Unfortunately, I'm no longer in Accra, so it becomes a challenge for me to do that because I usually start work around 6:45, 7 thereabout, and mostly once I start work, it's very busy responding to emails and all of that. So I want to give myself some time before I come online, and that is like 9 a.m. here, when at least I would have done like 2 hours of work before coming live. Right, then that's 9 a.m. is like 1 p.m. Ghana time. So Anyway, you got to take it like that. And thanks for still making the time to watch the recording and join live as well. Anyway, Tom says still working on simple shell project. Oh, okay, cool. Tracy hasn't joined in today. Tracy too was working on simple shell project. And Pascal says from Lagos, Nigeria. Oh my god, yeah. So the Nigerians are winning the race already. Every day. Say Niger no dey carry last. So indeed, Niger no dey carry last. Bamidele says I'm currently working on, oh, you're also working on shell. I'm part of in the part of implementing the built-in CD command features. The structure I use for the built-in function pointers. Overall goal is to finish built-ins. Okay, okay, yeah, that's really great. And keep up and keep us posted too on the progress that you make or any challenges that you face. I mean, it's been a long time since I studied C, but then I'm happy to learn some new things that you're come across or something. Yeah. Steven, why are you crying? Naija no dey carry last. Omo Naija no dey carry last. You want to carry last? Eh? Okay. So I hope we are ready for our first session. Please get everything, every sort of distraction, like every source of distraction away. I keep them at arm's length. No, keep them far away. I meant keep them far away. Anything that's going to be distracting you, and get a comfortable place. Make sure you're comfortably seated whilst learning so that it helps with your concentration. And get either your pen, your paper, your laptop, your test editors, everything that you need to have a productive study session. Make sure you have access to it. The other thing too that I personally recommend is having enough water. And you may see on this stream that anytime I come on the stream, like I have a lot of water. I have a lot of water. If if I if you check behind this monitor or this screen here right now, there's a lot of water bottles behind it so that I can have water at any time I want. And I think it keeps me refreshed and strengthened for the day. So please make sure that you have enough water and you're ready to learn. One thing, maybe we'll discuss it later, but I don't know. Uh, by discussing, I mean I would like to know exactly what you people think about. But for me personally, I think exercising before studies is really a helpful thing. At least it makes me very, or let me say, super active when I'm studying. I don't know about you all. So let's see, let's discuss it during the next break. I would want to know about your experiences during the next break. Abuabeida Ahmed. This one, I'm sure I've murdered your name, but please pardon me. Ahmed says once asked about C function. Ahmed, if you have a specific question about it, just go ahead and ask. As I said, it's been a long time I did C, but if I know it, and hey, I mean, I don't have to know it right now, but then we can always figure it out together. And the other people in the session who have done C and can assist in any regard. So just go ahead and ask the question. We are going for the first focus session. That will be 60 minutes. 60 minutes of focus session. How is this 32 minutes? What happened? Okay. So we're going for 60 minutes. Ngozi says about the share project. What do you advise? I know I need to revisit some topics that need a pass to get a better grasp of the whole C program. Start from scratch or go on to shell. I think starting from scratch is quite unrealistic, you know. So if I was to be in that situation, I would go ahead and start, but then learn as I go. And I think even me, that's what I did. Because the first thing is you need to know what the shell is all about and how it works, all the nitty gritties in there. If you understand that, then you know, okay, what and what is required to be able to build this. What concept will I need to be able to do this particular thing? So as and when you are about executing, and you should have that sort of flow chart for your simple shell. And I think in one of the videos that I did, which probably is the video that is available online right now for simple shell, I talked about, like, I think I came up with a simple flow chart, even though it wasn't very comprehensive. And to be able to fully do the shell, you should have like a more comprehensive flow chart than that. I think that if you are able to get that flow chart, you know that, okay, for the shell, if somebody does this, these are the other things. You either go here or here, like this, that. Okay, for the CD, for the built-in commands, this is how you handle them. Get a high level overview of it. Then you begin to ask yourself, what knowledge do I need to be able to do this part? Then you focus on that. So you go straight to the point, learn that specific thing, and whilst building it. And that's why it's a team project as well. So do all to discuss with others and get their ideas about it. That would assist you to learn some of these things, or relearn some of these things faster than if you were just going to start blankly from scratch and say, I want to learn C. I don't know how many days it will take you to learn C all over again to be able to build the simple shell. That is my 2 cents on that. But anyway, let's start the first focus session and get back in to discussions in 60 minutes. If you have any questions, drop the questions in the chat, and during the next break, we are going to discuss them. Practice makes perfect. What did I say? Okay, yeah, exercise before learning is a topic for our next break session. I definitely want to hear what you all think about. If it's something you've experienced before, exercise before learning. So let's talk about it in the next break. And all the best as you study. If you have any questions, drop it in the chat and we will discuss it during the break. Okay, let's study. Hi, 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 hi. Hello, break time. Yeah. Break time, please. How is it going, everyone? How is it going? Steven said, read, evaluate, print, loop. Okay, that's REPO. The project offers tons of opportunities to learn and understand the language even more. Yeah, I totally agree. So I think this is in line with what you said. I mean, the question about Shell, right? So the Shell project actually affords you the opportunity to learn a lot more about C and use it. And we should see it from that angle. If you understand how to work with strings, know the system calls aloud. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, where's everyone else? Break is oh, I haven't even started this time. I think. How on earth did I forget? Hi, hi, hi. Are you guys there? I mentioned that we're going to have a discussion on exercise before studies. Who and who is around? Let me know. Let's try and have that discussion. Okay, great. Happy to know that you are here, Marilila. Have you ever had to study like some couple of minutes after exercising, or do you know anything about that? Like the correlation between physical exercise and studies, performance when it comes to studying. So personally, I think that anytime I have freshen up. Oh, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the gym, right? Like exercise. So for me, mostly in the morning, because I would have to get up and work as soon as I get up. I hardly, like, I've never gone to the gym in the morning before, but then I almost always do some stretching, some push-ups, like anything to get the blood flowing. And I find out that if you've, like, if I've not exercised to exhaustion, and that one, if I'm going to exercise to exhaustion, it means that, and I'm just coming back to take my bath and come and sleep. But otherwise, I would just stretch and do some basic exercise to get the blood flowing. Back in Ghana, I used to skip a lot. So mostly you find me skipping around those times. And as the blood flows through the body like that, when I get back to studies, I feel I get more focused, like, and by being able to concentrate more too, I think I retain more. Maybe it's an experiment that we need to perform to see how long are my stretches. Okay, I'm sorry. Printf is after my life. Ahmad, please save your life for us. Don't let Printf take it away. Yeah. For I mean, I probably do not. I haven't really timed it. Okay, so when I was in Ghana, I was actually timing it. Like I had a video that I used to follow to do my exercise, because in Ghana I never went to gym anywhere. The perception about going to the gym in Ghana is quite different from what it is here. So back then I didn't consider myself ever going to the gym. And what I used to do is I had videos that walk you through like set of exercises to do, right? And those videos were like 15 minutes, and I think I had another one that was like 13 minutes or so. So usually I'll do both of those videos in a day. But then I don't really count number of times. And as I'm saying right now, like here in the room, it's just a matter of maybe stretching for and counting. Sometimes I just count up to 10, then I stretch the other side, count up to 10, try like various things. And it depends on how much time I have available. Because if I wake up very early, then that means that I have enough time to do all those things. If I wake up late, like I woke up today, it's just a matter of doing some quick exercise, then getting up to speed. So one of that things too is, I think because it's more like from bed, go take my bath, come and start to work. You know, if I don't freshen up, I'm going to probably feel a bit down. So just by exercising and making the body active, I think it helps. Hi Tony Blaze, welcome. How are you doing? And the other part, I think there is some sort of scientific correlation which I may have to read more about, but hopefully there is. In the sense that when you are learning to have enough good concentration or focus, you need the brain cells to be active, and for them to be active they need good supply of oxygen. So when you lack oxygen supply or there is decreased flow of oxygen to the brain, that's a problem. In any case, that's always a problem if there is lack of oxygen flow to the brain. In fact, one of the biggest causes of stroke is the cut of oxygen supply to the brain. So anytime there is a blockade to oxygen supply to any part of the brain, that will probably result in the death of the cells. And as in, if it goes on for a while, it can result in the death of the cells, and that is what we know as stroke. I mean, it's one type of stroke that we know about. So that is very scary. But for the body to be very active and for you to learn well, the brain to be very active, like you need good oxygen supply. And one of the key ways you do that is making sure the blood is flowing very well. So I think that can be like a scientific explanation, even though I haven't done much reading about it. But this is something we should probably experiment. So here you are out there. If you haven't ever tried it before, please try it out and come and tell me how it goes. I mean, do stretches, anything that will get the blood flowing. For me, it's mostly skipping. Unfortunately, here my room isn't that big enough to allow me to skip, and I find it difficult. This is me making excuses when I'm not supposed to be making excuses anyway. But I find it difficult walking outside to the open space to go and exercise. I think there was one time that I did on 2 days, like 2 consecutive days. I jogged to a very long place, and the experience was really good. When I came back, like I was feeling all refreshed, and yeah, like maybe I should keep trying, except that it depends on the time. Okay, so let me read. Okay, Tiny Blaze says you're doing great. Happy to hear that. And Maria says, I think I have done a couple of stretches before. Okay, I also used the YouTube videos inside the house. I could not believe that the next day I would feel numbness all over my body. I mean, it happens. Today when I was waking up, I was actually feeling so much pain in my thighs. And I was wondering why. But I remember that yesterday when I was doing my squat, So one other thing I do every day before I take my bath is to squat. Like previously I used to do like 20 squats a day, and all of this is to just help my circulation. So my family has, on my father's side, we have history of stroke. Like, so I'm really scared about stroke, hypertension, and all of that. So I'm actively doing everything to avoid that. And one of the ways I want to be able to achieve that is to ensure that there is constant blood flow in the body. So what I do, I used to do 20 squats every day before I take my bath. Now I've increased it to 50 squats. And yesterday I did a very intense one to before taking my bath. And today I felt the pain like so much. Right now, even when I try getting up, like I feel the pain in my thighs. But then it's all for good. I mean, if you haven't done that kind of extreme uh workouts and you finally do it, you begin to feel so much pain, and you need to continue it for it to go down. Yeah. So I could not believe that. Okay. I think it's something we should really do, especially since we spend a lot of time on the screen. Yeah, very, very important. And for me, it's one of the key things to keep me sane. At least, like, I need my blood to be flowing, and because I'm not walking around, I watched an episode of The Diary of a CEO where Stephen Bally interviewed one guy about exercise and sleep, and it kind of changed my perspective about it. And that's, I think that was the motivation for starting to go to the gym actually, because here he tried to compare ancient times with our current time, what the differences and why we need the gym. And you realize that in ancient times or ancient days, people were always going out to hunt. Like they were almost always on the hunt. So they were physically active every single day, going in search of, and you can't be that dull when you are going in search of wild animals in the bush. So, and they walk miles, like several miles a day, just to hunt, get food, and bring it to the house. But then for us, we've tried to optimize everything. And as you said, we are sitting by the screen all day doing like nothing, comparing that to what they did. Adrenaline was running through their body every now and then. Like we call something stress hormones, even though, I mean, there's a whole lot of things about it. But I mean, they were very active as compared to us. So the reason they were probably living long, they were not like living long like that, but I mean being very active as compared to our generation, and why we are struggling is probably because of some of these things, right? So our way of keeping active every day is, after you have sat down for all the several hours that you were behind the screen, you should be able to find a way to now exercise. So going to a gym is one of the good ways that you achieve that. But if you don't have a gym around, it shouldn't be an excuse. Like you should find ways and means to exercise. But let's try the exercise before studies, and let's see how it goes. I would really love to hear what you all find out after trying it. But don't do it to exhaustion. If you feel so exhausted that you cannot concentrate when you're learning, that's a big problem too. So you want to make sure that you freshen up, you've done something that is just making the blood flow, right? But not so much so that you're tired, especially if you haven't done it in a long while, you've never tried it before, you're now starting. Just try some 5 minutes, 10 minutes stretches and jumps. That's all. go freshen up, come and sit back behind your screen to study, and let's see if it makes any impact. Okay. Tony Blaze says today I have stack and queue projects. Oh, okay. You have a question. What should I be focused on so that I can be able to do it? Stack and queue project. That's what the was it the Monty Bytes project interpreter, Monty Bytes interpreter or something. I think that's the project, right? Tony Blaze, is that the case? Water exercise, a great bath before a session would work amazing. I totally agree. And for me, I think that has been like my ritual, and it helps a lot. And I remember there was one time I was doing a live session with somebody that's like about probably more than a year ago. I was doing a session, or like a year ago. I was doing a session and somebody asked, "Look, why do you drink so much water?" That's the fuel that I'm using. You can't be having a car going on and on and on and not refilling, right? So water is very important to me, and it keeps me freshened up. And I think water too, if you become dehydrated, the blood volume is also going to go down. So maybe there is also a scientific correlation over there. If you are dehydrated, the blood volume is going down. So supply of blood not may not, I mean, it depends on how dehydrated you are, but it can also go down, and that means you deprive some parts of the body of oxygen, which is not a good practice. So I'd rather I keep the blood volume up with enough water in the body, prevent dehydration in any way, and that will not, that will not affect my studies negatively. So water, exercise, a great bath before a learning session will be great. I totally agree. That's what the excuses. I know, right? Like I've been sitting here looking at that. I'm coming. Let me see. So this over here is my skipping rope. And every single time I look at it, I'm like, oh, there's no space here. There's no space here. Even though my mind is telling me that all you need is to walk out of the hostel, there's space right in front of the hostel, and start skipping over there. Because I used to do it a lot when I was home. That's like one exercise that I don't joke with. Even if I don't have time to do any other, I'll just do some skips, and because of the jumping, it's like the blood flows every part of the body, but then hey, there's no space. And this funny, I think, I don't know how many of you have read Brian Tracy's book, No Excuses. It was really a good book to help me avoid giving myself excuses, but then hey, here I am again giving myself more excuses. Maybe by talking about it publicly today, maybe my brain will be tricked to start doing it, and I look forward to that. So, but I personally find sticking to this very hard. I did it a couple of times and stop. Yeah. So that for I'll take you to Atomic Habits. I'll take you to Atomic Habits and the concept of um, habit stacking. Right. So what I did, I know it's not easy to keep up with some of these things, especially when your motivation to do them is not very high. But then what I did was that, okay, before I hit the shower, I need to do a squat. I and to the point that now my brain has picked it that even before I lift my legs to get into the bathtub, You have to. So until I do those squats, my leg is not hitting the bathtub. So I force myself, even if it is like just ideally I'm doing 50 every day, but even if I get to do only 10, then I hit the shower, I don't have a problem. At least I was able to do it. So something like that, something that is important that you cannot ignore. Put it right before that thing and say, until I do this, I'm not doing that. I think, like, for instance, even brushing of my teeth, I learned something about uh, my left hand losing functionalities due to not being used, right? And being able to activate that part of the brain that controls the left hand to be as active as this. Say, okay, let me challenge myself and start brushing my teeth, because by default my right hand will always pick the brush to brush my teeth, right? So now I have to start. Every time I'm going to hold the toothpaste, I need to pick it with my left hand. And when I became conscious about that, like, I'm sure for the past 2 months, I always brush my teeth with the left. Like, and gradually I'm becoming, like, it's becoming part of my subconscious. I don't have to consciously tell myself to hold it with the left. Like, I find myself holding it to the left. In fact, today, for instance, I wanted it fast because I didn't wake up early, and I saw that obviously my right hand is way faster than the left hand. So at one point, when I was brushing with the left, instantly I just switched and I picked with the right. As soon as I used the right to hold the brush, like, I became aware of what was about to happen. Then I had to switch back and hold it with the left. So yeah, it's very difficult, but being able to build some of these structures, I think these are like simple things, right? But eventually they accumulate into bigger things, and it helps you to develop other habits. So I think it's a good start. Something which is very important. So for instance, Marilla, let's say you have to join this stream every day. You want to say, I need to do this thing before I join the stream. So every day before you join the stream, you have to restrict yourself, discipline yourself to do that thing. Then the brain will pick it up with time, that okay, every time before I join the stream, I do this. All right. So I think that's one of the ways that you can do it. In something that is very important that you cannot do away with it. I need to do this thing before I do that thing. Then you force yourself to get it done. It says, I once saw a video of Linus. He has a standing desk and a treadmill desk. Yeah, I've seen that thing, and I think it's something that's in the near future I would like to have one. Creates the standing decks. I like it because now here I've actually tried it mostly when I'm alone. You see that I get up and I tilt my monitor screen like this and I stand, but then the table is too low, so I still have to bend. You know, so something like this, something like what I have right now, but I still have to bend sometimes to focus, which is not a good thing. So yeah, but then going forward, in the future, I really look forward to having a standing desk, a desk that is adjustable. You can adjust it while sitting, and you can also stand on it. And I like that treadmill one, where you are by your desk, but then you are walking, and it's really good. Imagine these 6 hours here was all walking and stopping, resting. Man, I feel that's really dope. And the one that I saw was beautiful, like, was colorful. The environment, the room was just nice. I mean, maybe sometime in the future. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So Tony Blaze say yes is Monty, and I think those who joined the stream yesterday, I mentioned that for the Monty Bites project, I started writing something about it, but it's not complete. So please check my blog. You can just search for Monty, and at least it gives you some idea about what's expected. Okay. So check the blog and you find out something from there. Uh might not last long in the coming sessions. There's a storm. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, all right. See, yeah, there's no space. There's no space. Marilla, you're also helping me make excuse. Why does the brain always default to the easy stuff? Because it doesn't want trouble now. Why will your brain not default to the easy things? Why do you want it to do the hard things for you? You have to force yourself to do the hard things. That's why discipline is like a whole big thing, like a big issue for a lot of people. And I think what for me, what I'm trying to do is be disciplined with the very simple things, little things that you can easily be disciplined in. The brain starts picking that up, learning from it, and eventually you are able to now apply it to the very difficult stuff or very important things or big things. Okay, so yeah, Tony Blaze. Oh, the blog.ehoniaobed.com. Okay, let me drop the link for you. Blog.ehoniaobed.com. Yeah, so check it out and search for Monty. You'd find something. It's not, I mean, I can tell you it's not a lot. It's just quite a few words there, but who knows? All right. I'm glad we're able to have this conversation. I wish every other person were here to share their thoughts, but unfortunately, the rest didn't show up for the break. So let's get back to our focus session and we'll continue our discussion after 60 minutes. All the best to you all as you learn. Hi, 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 hi. How is it going? Mm, Guys, sorry for not showing up earlier. So, as I said, I was in a couple of meetings and we just finished. So, that's how come I haven't been around for the break. Welcome, Mark, Don Hillary, and One Piece. You're all welcome. Don Hillary said, "Good day, Mr. Ober. Please, has the live chat for today ended?" No, so I think that's why I respond to you. And well, when we are in the focus session, there are no discussions. If you have any questions, you just go ahead and drop it in the chat. Then during the break sessions, we will discuss those questions that you had. All right. So for those of you who are not aware, that is how we roll here. If you join the stream and it's as if nothing is happening, what it means is that at that point in time, you're supposed to be learning. Everyone is busy learning. Then when we take breaks, we come to have our discussions. One, when during the focus session, when you're learning, you're allowed to drop your questions in the chat. If you have any sort of questions, just go ahead and drop it in the chat. Then during the break sessions, we will discuss it and look into that. Great. Uh this name is written in a language that I obviously do not know and cannot read, so I cannot pronounce the name. Um, you have many problems with projects built shell by sea. Oh, okay. So I'm guessing the shell projects, but then you'd have to be specific, ask like a specific question, and let us know what the problem is. If there is a way that we can be of assistance or point you in a direction to go or anything, yeah. And Mark joined later. Mark, yeah, once again, you're welcome. Where's everyone hiding now? Hi, where are you all? Where are you all hiding? Yes, yes. Where is everyone? I can see people are on the stream, but then no one is. Hi, if you are still here, let me know in the chats that you are here so that we can have some discussions. I think earlier on the discussion that we're having was going really well regards then exercise and studies and the correlation between exercising and studying. Yeah, Marilila, great, great. Great to know that you are all here. So, as I said, because of the meetings, I couldn't come up for break earlier. But then we are done with the meeting right now, so we can have our discussion. Please give me like a couple of seconds. I'm coming. Let me- Hi. Yeah, so it's break time and glad to have you here once again. Let's have some discussions. Tom, how is it going? My last is what's the name of the song? Which song? The Beats. Oh my, it doesn't have a name unless you want to give it a name. So what happened with the beat? When we started off, I used to play like some music instead of just beats. And unfortunately, YouTube kept flagging me for copyright every single day. So I had to find something that they are not going to flag me. And I mean, the essence for me is something to keep you alive, awake whilst you're still studying. Something that will not be too dull for you to sleep, but then will be there to keep you awake. And something like this works for me. So I looked for ways to create some of these things. I used some apps to create some. And even for the ones that I created and we started using, YouTube still gave me copyright strikes for those ones as well. So I was just testing the various ones that I'll find to see the one that they don't flag me for copyright because I don't want any issues. And eventually I got this. This was, I think it was generated by an AI. Then I tried it and it wasn't flagged. So now we are stuck with it, whether we like it or yes. Until we get something else that they won't flag it for copyright, that is what we are stuck with. I read a stat I forgot from where, but it seems reputable that 83% of developers have suffered some form of burnout during their career. The funny thing is, yesterday I was thinking about burnout, and but then I was thinking about what you call physician burnout, usually talking about doctors and burnout. And it is a huge problem in this part of the world. Like every time we go to class, we are talking about burnout. Every time we go to class, like almost all my lectures, we in one way or the other something will come up and they will correlate it with physician burnout. So I was asking myself yesterday whether this is really a thing back home because I never remember hearing anything about doctors' burnouts back when I was in Ghana. So it's, I don't know, sounded a bit strange. I- Africans do not suffer burnouts, right? Like, guys, please tell me, because I think the term burnout is really not like part of our vocabs. Imagine, because I look back to things happening around, like even in my own family. Ever since I was born and I agreed to know something, like my mom has always been in the market almost every single day. Even when she was sick, she will go. Like hardly will she leave the market to go and do anything else, you know. And I'm wondering if your mother sends you and you tell your mother that you are tired, you are bent out, so you no go. What will happen to you? So I think that concept is not really a thing for us. It is now coming up, hopefully. Or I'm not too sure, but I think so. I got into that notion. I mean, I heard it, but then it wasn't the perspective about it or how I thought about it has changed over time since I came here and I started hearing a lot about it and how the whole system is in a mess right now and is tripling down as such, blah blah blah, like all of those things. So it's opening my eye to burnout. And I think for me that was being exposed to that kind of knowledge or information got me to reassess the things that I do, because prior to this I could go, say, just 3 hours of sleep in a day and continue doing every other thing. So the conversation around it made me change some of the things I'm doing, and now I take exercising serious, like all of those things. So I won't be surprised that 80 something percent of people are actually, I mean, of developers are bent out in one way or the other, or at a particular point in their life. That wouldn't surprise me. However, until we start having those conversations, people are not even aware. Like, in fact, when somebody is bent out, they are really not aware that they are bent out until eventually somebody prompts them, or they come to the realization that, oh, so all of these things. So I think if you look at the technical definition of burnout, it's, if I remember correctly, there are like three main important things that they mention. And last 2 or 3 weeks during lectures, we're actually discussing it. And there is one, there's depersonalization. There is like feeling that you're not fulfilled, you're not achieving much. Then I think the first one was, is it physical exhaustion or something? No, I've forgotten the first one, but there are three things that they were mentioned. Maybe we could look it up right now. And until you get to that point where somebody points you out that, no, like, this is not you. You used to be this is rather happening right now in your life, and you're not enjoying the things you used to enjoy any longer. Like, you need those kind of pointers to be able to realize that you are bent out. So even some developers may be bent out, but they are not aware. So if for you to get those statistics, you'd have to ask them specific questions. Then you make the correlation and say, based on these answers, this guy is bent out. But if you ask somebody, have you experienced burnt out before? They'll say no. Like somebody like me, I don't think I've experienced burnt out before. But the moment you start asking the questions, was there any point in time where you felt this way? Yeah, I did. Was there any way? Like, you realize that almost every one of those things that should be present for you to say someone is burnt out, you have experienced it in one way or the other. That is, if you have ever gone hard on something like that. So I won't be surprised at all. Yeah, the beat was generated by an AI. I also have a lot of questions on the topic. I think maybe we do not refer to it as burnout, but stress. Yeah, but even when you say stress, to us, what is stress? See, you're even bringing depression. When you, like, those terminologies are quite new in the African context. I don't know if it's just Ghana, because in Ghana we hardly attribute anything to, like, hear somebody say I'm depressed, like, you know, like things like depression, mental health, all those things, they are kind of new to us. We don't really talk about them. The way, after coming here, like, you walk around and almost everywhere there is mental health support. Like, mental health is a big issue here. Depression is a big issue here in Africa, man. Before you come to terms with yourself that you are depressed or you are stressed out, or what's the other word that you use? You I mean, you have mental health issue. Those, I think the conversation has now started, so it's going to evolve over time. But prior to these times, these sort of conversations, we didn't even have these things as common vocabulary. So you wouldn't hear us talk about that. And that's where the problem is. But now, I mean, as we get exposed to them, maybe we'll start paying attention to this stuff. Tom says, please, I'm finding it difficult deploying server side to Netlify Is there any one more simpler? What language are you using for the back end? I think that's where we should start. I I think Netlify. I think I've used it once before, but I don't really remember. I usually struggle to pronounce this word Netlify because of Netflix. Let me see if I have an account with them. 'Cause I think I should have an account with them. Okay, yeah, I have an account with them. Oh, I've hosted apps with them before, but they were all front end apps. Let me share my screen and okay. Today's like my mouse is being lazy. I don't know if the battery in my mouse is dying or not, because it's been a bit weird today. Let me share my screen here. Main screen and inbuilt. Okay, it's quite interesting that I have these. So I have an account with them. It's been a while since I created this, but hey, quote of the day: life is a learning experience only if you learn. Interesting. Life is a learning experience only if you learn. So I'm glad we all here are learning every day. Fate is in your own hands and no one else's. Hmm. So I did this thing and you could just click on it and post the quote of the day. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, let me go back to your questions. But that's my experiment with this. I think this other one was currency converter. Yeah. Okay. Still working. All right. Let's see. Let me read on. I also struggle to find its meaning. Does it mean like being really tired or just not having the motivation? That's so I'm guessing you are talking about stress, you know. And maybe this is something we should look into and discuss. I could just go to Google right now. Let's see what the experts have written about it. Cause or maybe no, let me bring out ChatGPT. There are a couple of words that we hardly take time to look at their meanings. We think we know, so we just stick with what we know. And I think stress is one of those words. Uh, so. Let's see. What are the differences between stress, fatigue, tiredness, uh, hmm, these terminologies. What else can I add? So burnouts. Let me see. what ChatGPT will tell us. Say they are related concepts, but they each have distinct characteristics. I don't know if you guys can see. They are related concepts, but they each have distinct characteristics and can manifest differently. Here's an overview of the differences between them. Stress is a natural response to a perceived threat or demand, whether it's physical, emotional, or psychological. It can be acute or chronic and is often associated with increased alertness and a fight or flight response. This is like medically, that is what it, it means, you know. And earlier on, I think during the first discussion that we had, I mentioned that there is something we call stress hormones. So there are some hormones in the body that are responsible for this sort of alertness that we are referring to. So increased alertness that you are referring to. For instance, if as I'm sitting here right now, if the fire alarm goes on right again, that's there's going to be some stress hormones released in my body which will prepare me for the fight. It's like something is about, okay, fight or flight, any of them. So you must run. Something that will give you the energy to run. There is, say, you come across a snake, all of a sudden, stress hormones will be released to enable you to survive that particular condition. So yeah, medically this makes sense. But the way we use stress nowadays, oh, I'm stressed out. I don't know if it really aligns with this particular one. So let's go on to see. Say stress can be both positive, that's motivating you to perform better. I don't think I've ever seen someone use stress like in a positive way, you know, even though based on the medical definition, it makes sense to see it as either positive or negative, because if you have that kind of stress for a flight, like some of the stress hormones that I know about, the cortisol, adrenaline, and adrenaline, for instance, will enable you to escape. That's for flight, escape the situation. Like you, something is about to happen. Let's say you are on the ninth floor of a building and there is fire in that floor, but then the fire is gushing from below to up there, and there is no way you are going to survive trying to get down. You wouldn't even get time to think about it, but then you find yourself jumping the ninth floor, hoping that you land safely, and I mean, you survive better than if you should go down, you know. And that's the doing of adrenaline. Like on the normal, without adrenaline, there's no way you'll be convinced to jump, like when you are conscious of it, to jump from that floor down. But with adrenaline, you wouldn't even get the time to think about it. Like it's fearless. That's stress hormone, but then that's more of a positive thing, or negative, leading to negative health effects if not managed properly. So I know, like a stress hormone like the cortisol or some of the corticosteroids that will be released in response to stress, they have a negative health impact. For instance, even with diabetes or blood sugar related conditions, this plays a huge role because cortisol will counteract the activity of insulin in the body, and it can kind of exacerbate diabetes. Like if you have diabetes, having excess release of cortisol is really bad for you. So that's why we keep saying stress is not good for your health, especially if you have a chronic disease. Stress is not good for your health. It's usually because stress release causes the release of these stress induced hormones, as we call them. But then I think we still haven't answered to the question of how we use stress, like say I'm stressed out, it's not the same as when the body, I mean, that's my own thinking anyway. If somebody says I'm stressed out, what exactly are they referring to? Then common symptoms of stress include increased heart rate, tension, anxiety, difficulty concentrating. Okay, yeah. Then we come to fatigue. Fatigue is a state of physical or mental exhaustion that results from prolonged or excessive exertion, lack of sleep, or other factors. But I think this is what a lot of us refer to when we talk about stress. Like, say, I'm stressed out. Mostly, I think this is what people are referring to. Uh, Mental exhaustion. Like, man, I can't think straight again. I'm just stressed out. Or physically uh, exhausted. You went to play football the whole day and now you come home so tired that you can't do anything. Then you say, I'm stressed out. So I don't know if we are not using that term rightly, or there is an aspect to it that makes us able to use them interchangeably with the word fatigue. This is, I mean, something I think I need to look into more. So, fatigue can be acute or chronic and can affect various aspects of your life, including physical, mental, emotional well being. Fatigue often leads to reduced performance, impaired cognitive function, and a general feeling of weariness. So, I think one thing I'm interested in knowing is if fatigue induces stress. So, let me just type it. We'll finish reading before I search it. Does fatigue induce stress? And I want to believe that that's the case. Like when you are physically exhausted or mentally exhausted, you will probably yeah, a- anxiety. Exactly, anxiety is also one of those terminologies. So we need to add it and look at it. I'm coming. I'll respond to the. So let's see. Fatigue often leads to reduced performance, impaired cognitive function, and a general feeling of weariness. It can be alleviated through rest, proper nutrition, and lifestyle changes. So I feel sometimes people say, I'm stressed out. How do I treat stress? Like that kind of thing. So I'm guessing we are probably using it in place of fatigue. I don't know. Maybe my knowledge isn't enough in that aspect, but tiredness is a general feeling of being tired or lacking energy, often associated with a need for rest or sleep. So we realize that with tiredness, we are not talking about mental exhaustion necessarily. So it's just you feeling tired or the lack of energy to do something. And all you need to do is to get some sleep or get some rest. And man, it's typically a short term condition and can result from physical or mental exertion. Okay, there is mental as well. Mental exertion, illness, or insufficient sleep. Tiredness is a normal response to daily activities and can usually be relieved by getting adequate rest and sleep. Burnout is a state of chronic physical and emotional exhaustion. So I feel based on what they are describing as burnout is like chronic version of fatigue. So if you consistently get fatigue, because it says fatigue is a state of physical or mental exhaustion, but burnout is a state of chronic physical and emotional exhaustion that results from prolonged exposure to excessive stress. So this stress that we are talking about, I think is something that is what's really understanding what do we really refer to as stress in this case, because the definition of stress that we're giving up here sounded more like the medical definition. And maybe we'll look for triggers of stress, like what triggers stress, what triggers stress. Then we saw anxiety, we need to figure that out too. Often in the workplace. Okay. It is characterized by feelings of cynicism, detachment, and reduced personal accomplishment. Yeah. So I think those are the three things. Burnout can lead to a sense of hopelessness, reduced productivity, and a decline in overall well being. It requires more than just rest. Addressing burnout often involves making significant changes in work, life balance, workload, and coping strategies. In summary, stress is a response to demands or threats. Fatigue is a state of physical or mental exhaustion. Tiredness is a temporary feeling of being tired. And burnout is a more severe and chronic form of exhaustion, often associated with work related stresses. It's essential to recognize the signs and symptoms of this condition and take appropriate steps to manage. Okay, so now let me just ask this and read your messages. All right. Uh okay. So I found this explanation from Psychology Today. Physical, emotional, mental exhaustion accompanied by decreased motivation, lowered performance, and negative attitude towards. Yeah, so I'm guessing that should be the explanation for burnout, and that would make a lot of sense. And Max says mental health in Africa initially has stigma. Yeah, I think we I want to even believe that everywhere when they were first exposed to the concept of mental health, it would have come with that kind of stigma. But then now, with the conversations going on around it, I think we are getting more open to the possibility of it being like more common than we think it is, because there's stigma when the thing is like with just a few people. Imagine if there is a particular thing that's 80% of the population has. There is no way we will say there is stigma to that, because almost majority of the people have it. So stigma comes in when only a few or a couple of people have the thing, and then it makes them kind of abnormal, like they're out of the normal, and people look down on them in that way. So based on the conversations that is going on right now, and if we keep an open mind, we'll come to realize that a lot of people have mental health conditions that we need to accept the fact that they have these conditions in order for them to be able to treat them. Like even at individual level, a lot of people, especially we Africans, hardly will anyone agree that they have this is a mental health problem. In fact, the first thing that somebody who starts talking to himself or herself, maybe schizophrenia or any form of, so we I think schizophrenic, is it disorder? I think it's a spectrum of disorders, and anyone can be at any of those spectrums, like any point within that spectrum, right? But then the moment someone identifies there, like, hey, they don't want to accept it, even they themselves, the individual, the first thing in most African communities is for others who get to see it to start saying that either the gods are angry with you. I mean, somebody has some witch somewhere is doing something to you, or you yourself, you are the witch, and like all those kind of things. Oh my god. It's preventing us from being open to the right discussions that should be have had about these things, and opening us up to finding solutions to it. And I think it's doing us more harm than good, because it's a whole lot. You go to some prayer camps and all of those things, and you realize the majority of the people there have like these sort of schizophrenic disorders, and some of these can easily be treated with the right medication. Some of these they need psychotherapy, like huh. Anyways, it's a conversation that not so many people are willing to have in our in our vicinity, or I sometimes I don't want to generalize things because I don't know about every African country. I know only of Ghana. So if I'm talking, I could probably allude to the Ghanaian context instead of generalizing it and saying Africa. But one other thing I know is that a lot of the things are common in Africa, especially when it comes to perception about some of these things. My realize is, but I think these things are new in my country. It's now that we have the Ministry of Health having departments on this. Yeah, exactly. And it's new because we didn't open up to the conversation. As Mark said earlier, we there is some huge stigma attached to these things. So for somebody to see themselves talking to themselves, be caught in the act of like talking anyhow to themselves, instead of them embracing the reality that, oh, I could probably have this condition, and for that matter I should start looking for treatment into it. No, it's either some witch somewhere is after their life, or I mean whatever it is, and it prevents us from seeking the real cause. As soon as we say that the ghost or a witch, we stop looking for the cause, and that's where I think most of our problems are. Because even if it is the cause, like biologically or at the biochemical level, something has changed for this thing to happen. So how can we take the time? Like, we should be curious enough to know exactly what has changed for this output to take place. Then we can start investigating that. Okay, so if this chemical in the body has gone high, is there a way for us to reduce it? Or if we have low amount of these chemicals, for instance, let me give you an example. I don't know if any of you know what Parkinsonism is, but maybe I could just search for you to see. It's a condition where the patient shakes, like the muscle is in constant, um like it's shaking constantly, you know. In Africa, if you have a condition like that and you don't take care, they will tell you that some spirits are after you, or I mean they possess you during the intense shaking phase. They'll say, oh, some spirits came to possess you. Meanwhile, when you look at the biochemical level, we are looking at a corporate, the corporate being dopamine. So lack of dopamine is causing that, or the decreased amount of dopamine in the brain causes that Parkinsonism condition as I'm talking about. So instead of us to just assume that, oh, this is the cause, and the last time I made a joke out of it that if, say, Isaac Newton was African and the fruits fell from the tree, instead of asking why it fell and trying to figure it out and eventually discovering that there is something that he called gravity, this person would have said, oh, the gods saw that I was hungry and they sent me this fruit. That's the only reason why the fruits fell from the tree. And I think, even see, when we are talking about some of these things, it's like you're talking about things that are not close to you, but we have to bring them home even to ourselves, instead of just accepting everything because, oh, when I was giving birth to, this is how it has been done, this is what we should begin questioning everything and seeing if there is a possibility of finding out something that could be altered in order to change the outcome that we are seeing that we don't like, and not just assume things because we have heard it somewhere that it's like that. Tom says JavaScript framework. Ooh. Okay, so React framework. But you said back end, I guess. I thought you said back end. So is it the React project that you are trying to host there? If it is React project, I think the best place to host a React project, I mean, you could host it on Netlify, I believe. I personally have hosted a React project on what's their name? Render and Vassell. So if I log into Render right now, I think I have a back end JavaScript project, the Express.js project hosted on Render. Yeah, so as you can see, these are back end projects. I think this is a front end project. Yeah. So, oh, has this thing broken or so I think my code is broken. I have to go and look at it. But I wrote it should have listed giving me a list of all the notes and also the button to add a new note, and I don't know why it's not working now. Not found. Anyway, so this is a React project that has the Express.js backend, and both of them are hosted on Render. So if that's the case, I mean, you can just go ahead and try it. And Vessel too, I think is a great platform to host some of these applications. Yeah, so I've hosted an application here, both front end. Okay, here I was using Nest.js as both the front end and back end. So those are some of the places that you can use. I hope that helps anyway. Oh, okay, ChatGPT, where are you? Say, uh, yeah, I agree. These terminologies are quite blurry, and it's a challenge when it comes to distinguishing them. Anyway, I think one of the things we can do to deep dive on the topic is to read research. Yeah, exactly what I was telling myself, like when I was talking about it, that this is something I need to get into. But then, yeah, that's one of the things that can help if you really read most scholarly papers on the topics, then you begin to appreciate it. Yeah, in fact, I think my last lecture, as I talked about, we still didn't finish the discussion. But since I came, almost every lecture there is something about burnout. Hmm. All right, so oh man, what? Okay, does fatigue induce stress? It says yes, fatigue can induce stress, and the relationship between fatigue and stress is often bi-directional. Oh, Tom, you meant Express? Yes, yes. So, as I said, I haven't tried with Netlify before, but then I've hosted a couple of them on Render. So try if you are struggling with Netlify, try Render. It should work. The URL is uh render.com. Yeah, it's render.com. So I usually like to just log into these platforms with GitHub so that it's connected. These are code based on my GitHub. Um, like they are repos on my GitHub and just host them. So if I go to the dashboard, this particular one you are seeing is uh is an Express.js backend application. So let me see API/blocks, and hopefully it picks it. But let me open GitHub. Yeah, over here. So this is the code base, and I don't know why it's taking this long to load now. But then it's pulling this code base is what it's using to run that. And yeah, this like the code, I mean the endpoints that I'm hitting is for the blocks. So you can try that. I believe render should work. Okay. Um Fatigue inducing stress. So here's how. Okay, so the relationship is bi-directional. That means stress can induce fatigue and fatigue can induce stress. And fatigue inducing stress is when you are fatigued, whether it's due to physical exhaustion, lack of sleep, or prolonged mental exertion, your body and mind are less resilient to stresses. But do they induce the stresses? Fatigue can make you more susceptible to stress, okay, because it can weaken your ability to cope with daily challenges and can reduce your emotional resilience. So, from what I'm reading here, is like it just makes you susceptible to stress. That means that if they say the stress hormones are released on the normal, you may be able to survive. I mean, not be stressed out for a while, but then because you are fatigued already. I think for me, one thing I've realized personally is, especially like for me to get sick, like we be down with malaria, for instance, I only get malaria if I'm so, right now I don't know if to use the word stressed or fatigued. But then any of them that's really matches. When I've physically exhausted myself, that I mean maybe I've gone without sleep for a couple of days and I'm doing some hard work somewhere, and man, I can feel within myself that I'm tired. And if I get bitten by mosquitoes, that one I can easily fall sick. Otherwise, man, I remember back in high school we used to sit in mosquitoes to study. Oh my god. One day we'll tell these stories and people will think that they are not true. That's our reality. Remember in high school when people were sleeping, we're doing till daybreak. Till daybreak. I think we used to call it TDB. And we studying and mosquitoes are all over to the point that when we're close to final exams, you'd come and we have powered up like two decks. So we have two decks and we've covered the decks with the mosquito net so that we are inside the decks learning survival tactics, you know. And I could be in the mosquitoes if I have enough rest, like I'm fresh, refreshed, I'm not tired, that kind of thing. I could get bitten by mosquitoes for so long and not fall sick. Like it happens to me. I don't know if that's the same thing with everyone. I know it's not everyone because I know people who, as soon as they are exposed to a mosquito bite, they are just down with malaria. But for me, that's what I realized. For me to be down with malaria, I'll probably have to be like exhausted, be tired, like that kind of thing. So what I'm reading here is that fatigue is just making you less resilient to stresses. So anytime that these stresses or stress inducing hormones are released in the body, your body is susceptible to them. So you easily get or tipped into stress. So when you're tired, your cognitive function may be impaired. That's true. So I think that's another point that I was making about exercising before studies. If you exhaust yourself, like you get to physical exhaustion, it will be very difficult for you to study. So the most important thing is for you to find that balance between a, a basic exercise that will get blood flowing through the body before you start studying, and not something that will weaken you to the point that you cannot even focus again. So making it difficult to manage tasks efficiently, which can increase stress as you struggle to keep up with demands. Then, on the flip side, excessive or chronic stress can lead to fatigue. When you are under constant stress, your body may produce stress hormones like cortisol. So that's what I was talking about. So now it's saying when you are under constant stress, that is when it would produce this, which can interfere with your sleep patterns. So those of you who complain about not being able to sleep, not being able to sleep, now there is a pointer here. You know, you are so stressed that cortisol level has gone high and is interfering with sleep patterns and disrupt your ability to rest and recharge. Stress can also lead to heightened arousal, making it difficult to relax or fall asleep, which can contribute to fatigue over time. The continuous strain of dealing with stresses can wear you down physically and mentally, resulting in exhaustion and fatigue. So I think the next important thing I want is, what are these stresses? What are these stresses? Because we keep mentioning stresses. I want to really appreciate stress. The stresses are external and internal factors that can trigger stress responses in individuals. These stresses can vary widely from person to person. Okay. And what may be stressful for one individual may not be stressful for another. I think I can relate to that. And stresses can be categorized into several broad categories. We have environmental stresses, which include physical environment, so uncomfortable temperature, noise, pollution, and other environmental factors can contribute to stress. Okay, that makes sense. Then crowding and overcrowding, living or working in crowded spaces can lead to stress for some people. I like the fact that it added to some people for this, because some people, they were born in crowd, like they've lived their whole life in overcrowded areas and they are okay with it. In fact, if you send them to a silent place, like for instance here that I am, sometimes I feel that now this looks like prison, you know. You are just in your room the whole day, and if you don't make like a conscious effort to step out of your room and go out somewhere, you are just locked indoor. Your kitchen is within, you take your food and eat, you are working from home, like it feels like prison if you don't push yourself out. So fortunately for me, I think I have been an indoor person since birth, so it's normal for me to cope. But imagine if you are like the outdoor type of person and you are the person who likes crowd. I mean, at the end of the day, you see this environment as maybe a stressor, I guess. The natural disasters like earthquakes, hurricanes, and wildfires can be significant environmental stresses. Then social stresses, interesting. Relationship, that's conflicts, arguments, or strained relationships with family members, friends, or co-workers can be significant social stresses. Then social isolation, loneliness, or a lack of social support can also be a source of stress. Yeah, so I think this goes to buttress the point that I was making, that living in this place right now may feel like prison to some people, and that's maybe not, like it will not be a good thing for them. At least if you are that kind of person who likes the company of other people all the time, then you're going to struggle being on your own alone in some small room somewhere. But anyway, so for me, I think have mentioned countless times on this stream that I take pride, or like I'm always excited to be having this sort of chat with people, whether in person or online. But then being an introvert, I think I got used to doing this when the screen is there, you know, like when there is that blockade. I'm really not engaging directly with people, but then whether it is through typing or speaking, all of those things, I enjoy that. And now I've tried to open up as much as possible. So even in public spaces, I try my best to engage and talk and all of that. Yeah. Peer pressure. That's interesting. Pressure to conform to social norms or expectations can be stressful, especially among adolescents and young adults. And peer pressure, I think, was one huge thing back in the day when we were studying social studies. Everybody talks about peer pressure and its impacts. And for me, I built that mental model of trying to prevent myself from that sort of pressure. And I am always asking why something should be done the way you are expecting it to be done. And also, I train myself to usually not do what everybody is doing. And especially if the reason for doing it is because everybody is doing it, then I don't want to do it. Unless if I have to do it. Like if it is a must, then I am going to do it. But then if it's something that there are options and because everybody is going this direction, I've trained my mind to say, wait, everybody is going this direction. That means you shouldn't go that direction. So ask yourself, why are they going that direction? Then I begin to analyze it and see if it is really a thing for me. Should I go that direction or find some other way? So anytime you tell me to do something because somebody else is doing it this way, or unless if you have data backing it to convince me that this is what the data shows, that this is maybe a better option than every other option, and that's why people are doing it, then I may buy into that. Otherwise, my brain will always fire up. No, everybody is doing this. Now begin to find out why everybody is doing it. By default, my reaction is I'm not doing that just because everybody is doing it. But then the more important part is that I begin to now ask why everybody is doing it that way and whether it's a must for me to do it that way or not. And I would always like it if there is data supporting that I go that route. All right, before I read the next one, let me read the chats. So I think when stress starts to interfere with sleep patterns, then it's really something serious and needs attention. No, but you see, Maulila, the thing that is happening is that most of the times you are not even aware that this is where you are. You know, sometimes some people may point it out to you, but then you yourself are not fully aware that, oh, like I've gotten to this point. Like, or you're not even aware that it is because of this. Like, for instance, if not reading this, I haven't really paid attention to stress cannot make me sleep. I haven't paid attention to that because I felt that if you are tired, you should be able to sleep easily. So if you are stressed out, then the next thing is for you to be sleeping. So why will you not be sleeping? Something like that. But I think that's why knowledge is good. Right now that we are aware of these things, then you can begin to question yourself. If your lack of sleep, if you're struggling anytime to sleep, you begin to question yourself whether it's as a result of not being able to. Because personally, right now, if I deprive myself of sleep, I begin to get severe headaches. So as soon as I begin to get those severe headaches, it's either I'm dehydrated, I need to drink more water, or I have sleep deficits and I need to make it up. So the way I solve it is to drink a lot of water and sleep. So it's good to have knowledge, especially if it is personal knowledge that concerns you as the individual, so that you control your own situation as and when need be. Hi, Forana. Welcome. So pressure was something else. Yeah, peer pressure was something else in high school. In fact, I remember when we were in first year in the university undergrad. I had a roommate who produced a song. The title was School Pressure. So it was more of a rap, something like that. School pressure, like something like that. So I remember it was really a big thing. Um, Foreigner says, how do you people manage to wake early in the morning? I mean, before 5 a.m. I find it difficult. I set up alarms and then ignore them. So, okay, for me, waking up, there were times that I used to wake up very early. And I think mine has almost always been surrounded with my studies and experiments when it comes to studying. So I've actually experimented with studying at various times before and try to compare it. For me, I think I'm able to study at any time of the day. Even though I don't see, the only problem I have with studying at any point in time is if that time, depending on my current schedule, that particular time will have like higher sources of distractions than the normal, then that would be a problem. But otherwise, I can sleep anytime, I can wake up anytime, I can learn anytime. So I tried to make sure that if I want to wake up at 5 a.m. tomorrow, because as it stands now, I always wake up at 6. If I want to wake up at 5 a.m. tomorrow, for me, my goal is to catch a minimum of 6 hours sleep, but averagely do 7 hours sleep. So I have to make sure that I'm sleeping earlier to be able to wake up around that time. That's for me. And there are times that I used to even sleep and wake up at 2 a.m. to learn. I remember very well. But now I won't do that because, I mean, yeah, now I sort of, I'm able to control my time. If you're a student, sometimes you don't have that luxury of controlling your time, what time to wake up. And as if you are working, like assuming I was working in person where I needed to go to the office and close at a specific point in time and come back, then that will also shape when. But working remotely gives me like that flexibility, because what I need is to work 8 hours a day. So even if I start at 5 a.m., I'm just going to work for 8 hours. So when I moved to Canada and I started working, like when I was now adjusting, I started working 6 a.m. here, and that 6 a.m. is like 10 a.m. in Ghana time. And this was because I was waking up like 4 a.m. here, and 4 a.m. here is like 8 a.m. Ghana time, But eventually I adjusted it. Now, so to your question, I think, are you getting, yeah, so that's one thing I'll say. Like, I need to get more context in order to be able to point you out in what you could try or not. But the first question I would ask is, are you getting enough sleep? So if you are struggling to wake up at 5, is it after you've slept for 8 hours and you're struggling to wake up? Then that would be a different conversation. But if you are sleeping for just 5 hours or 4 hours and you want to wake up at that time, that's also another conversation. So that would be the first thing. Are you really getting a necessary number of hours of sleep that you need? If yes, then we can have a conversation around it. But I think ultimately it should start with making sure you are getting enough sleep. If you are getting enough sleep, then the rest would be trying to force yourself, putting things in place to ensure that you really get up when you have to get up. So one of the things that I did for myself, and I usually do now, is that I think yesterday I didn't do it. That's how come today I slept. So I keep my alarm far away from my bed, even though the alarm is very noisy. I usually put it on this side. My bed is on this side. That means that for me to snooze my alarm, I have to get up and walk to this side and come and snooze it. And now I did this so that I don't snooze my alarm. So in my mind, as soon as I get up from the bed, I'm not going to snooze the alarm. It means that I'm not going back to bed as soon as I'm getting up. But then that extra effort of getting up from the bed, because I have to put the alarm off, is making so much noise and it can disturb my neighbors. So I have to put it off. So I am going to force myself to get out of the bed to go and pick that alarm and put it off. And the way I'm training my brain is you get up from the bed, you are not going back to the bed. So mostly I put the alarm off and I lay my bed. That is like my ritual that I do every day. If the alarm is on, I need to put the alarm off, then lay my bed. That means I'm not going back to that bed again. Then maybe afterwards, exercise, go brush my teeth, like all those other things that I need to do. Okay, so yeah, I feel that if we have more context, we can have more discussions about it. Hi, Rutimi, welcome. Yeah, you came late today. Says in my case, it happens when I don't have enough social stimulation, then I oversleep. What do you mean by social stimulation? Is it like people are around, making noise around that time, or what exactly is it? Does it look like for you? And as I was saying, I usually keep the phone away from me to be able to force me to wake up. But yesterday, for instance, I had to keep the phone by me because I was sleeping around 2 a.m. And the reason I was sleeping around 2 a.m. was I had friends around here yesterday. We're having some discussions, and that sort of discussion is something that is very interesting to me. Like we're discussing, so I have a colleague in class who is Indian, and another who is Kenyan. So we're having a discussion about some of the challenges that we face in Africa and how we can solve those sort of challenges with software. And I mean, the kind of discussion that we're having around it was so good to keep me awake. And I know myself, even after he left past 1, it was almost 2 when he left. Even after he had left, this brain of mine will still be calculating these things and thinking so much about them that it may not allow me to sleep early. And I needed to sleep around that time to wake up early for work and everything. So what I chose to do was went to YouTube and grabbed those sleep music, those musics that puts you in the mood to sleep, those kind of music. I put some, so that's why I had to bring my phone close to me. Brought my phone close to me, just on the table, and I was lying on the bed like that and playing it and trying to soak myself into sleep. And that's how I slept. And what happened is that I snoozed my alarm. I was supposed to wake up at 6. I woke up at 8 today because I snoozed my alarm. My alarm was just by me. When it started making noise, I picked it up and I was like, I didn't sleep early. I need some more sleep. Then I snoozed it. So consciously, I have to always push it far away to be able to avoid that. Yeah. Jordan says not being able to sleep might not be related to stress, but some kind of mental illness. I mean, there are several causes of your inability to sleep. We call it insomnia. So there are several causes of insomnia. Insomnia is just a symptom of a host of other things, other conditions. But then there is that insomnia that is just not being able to sleep. It's just as a result of you, I mean, as they said, being tired or that kind of thing. So it doesn't mean that every not being able to sleep is the problem of mental health or whatever, depression or whatever. No, not being able to sleep can be associated with a lot of other things. A lot. In fact, even people who have diabetes can struggle with sleep because they are urinating almost every time. Almost every 15 minutes, they have to wake up and go and urinate. Like, and anxiety, being anxious about that particular thing. So insomnia is just a symptom, and usually we have to, if you come to the health aspect, we would have to diagnose what is causing that insomnia for us to be able to treat it. Okay, but commonly you need to start learning about you as an individual and what happens when this, like, Know yourself better than anybody else. Okay? Know yourself better than anybody else. As I said, I know that anytime I'm stressed, or in this, based on what we are reading today, anytime I am fatigued and I get exposed to mosquito bites, I'm likely to develop malaria. So if I know that I'm going to be exposed to malaria, I mean mosquito bites, I have to try my best to get as much sleep as possible before I move. So for instance, when I'm going back to the village, I know that there's a high likelihood that I'm going to be exposed to mosquitoes. So I need enough rest, especially when I'm in the village. Otherwise, I may end up falling sick before leaving the village. Okay, so you need to know yourself better. And even when I say malaria, like, I know exactly what symptoms of malaria look like to me, such that as soon as it starts showing up, I know that no, this is like one of those things, even though you probably have to do a test to be able to tell. But as soon as those things happen, you know that, yeah, like, I'm getting here, I'm getting this, I'm getting that. So please pay attention to your body. Like, very, very important. It's like having a car. If you pay attention, I like the way my other brother pays attention to his car a lot. Like, we could be driving and he will say, no, there is some noise in here. I am driving, but then I don't hear any noise. But he knows how the car sounds normally. So any deviation, the slightest deviation from the sound of the car, he's able to pick it. Anything at all, like with a car, he's able to pick it that no, there is something wrong here, because he knows his car very well. And I think as individuals or as human beings, that's one of the things that we need to really do. Pay attention to your body, how your body responds to things. It is not general. See, in the near future, we're going to get to what we call personalized medicine, where every treatment that will be given to you would be personalized. Like, we won't give you the same medicine we won't give the same medicine to everybody because they have the condition. No. But then it will be based on your genetics and how you react to certain things, and we'll be able to now generate medications based on these things and give you that kind of treatment that your body wants or needs best. But we haven't gotten there. What you can do for yourself is to understand your own body. That means you start paying attention to you as an individual. When you do this, what happens? That starts paying attention. A lot of times we get so engrossed in every other thing happening around, to the point that we don't pay attention to us, especially the body. So very important. Start paying attention to your body, your brain, how your brain learns, when your brain learns best. Like, these are things you need to start paying attention to, so that you optimize your life for you. Let me keep reading. I'm trying to understand. So, Ritimi, when you say join a church or sports team, because I went back, where is this first message was on. Oh, so the church, they will wake you up before 5 a.m. Is that the case? Or sports team? Because I'm trying to find a correlation how that would keep him awake before 5 a.m. Hinox says, oh, dehydration related to headache. You also have it? Or this is the first time you're hearing it? Is that the first time you're hearing it, or you also suffer from it as well? Foreigner says, I'm a student in my third year. I have to manage my studies and also find time to complete my daily ALS project. So I may not find enough time to sleep. I usually go to bed at 1. Man, if you're going to bed at 1 and trying to wake up at 5 a.m., that one, you need some extreme level of discipline. I've done it before. I've done it before, but then it's not as if I recommend it for anybody. And I said, now Sleep is important to me because I mean, after learning about its importance, there's definitely a reason why day and nights were created. Otherwise, we could have the whole day. Yeah. So if you really need it, because I remember that what I told myself was I'm just going to do this thing for this 1 year just to get me through and finish ALS. So if you really need it that badly, then you need some serious level of discipline and maybe a similar strategy like I use, where you have something that when the alarm goes off, if only you hear it, because there are people who, when the alarm goes, they don't hear it at all. Others, they hear it, but they are struggling to wake up. So for me, I hear the alarm when it goes off, and that's why I keep it away so that I don't just pick it and turn it off or snooze the alarm. So that's one of the things that you want to do. Keep the alarm away at a distance such that you would have to get up and go and grab it. Then maybe you also want to incorporate right from bed exercise. So right after waking up, your body is down, but then when blood begins to flow through the body and make you more active, you are less likely to go back to sleep. So go wash your face with cold water, then try exercising a bit. At least this is me just sharing what worked for me. Okay, I don't know if it works for everybody, but I know exactly. I've shared my personal experiences here on these streams a couple of times, and back in pharmacy school, I really used to do that a lot. And one of the ways was get up from bed, go wash your face with cold water, go do some running around, and come and get things done. But the discipline that needs to come in is for you to say to yourself that no matter how tired I am, I'm not hitting the bed for as long as I've gotten out of that bed, you know, and start pushing yourself not to do it. Though, irrespective of the temptation that comes, force yourself not to do it. And I mean, that's one way you can try it. If it works for you, that would be great. But then anytime that you have some free time, please do well to sleep as well. So I am that type of person that I could sleep for the whole day without getting up, because I'm trying to fix in all the time that I've lost from sleep. I mean, the sleep deficits I have. But now it's not something I encourage, except that if you really need that to survive something, I'll say make sure that intermittently you take time to recharge by getting enough sleep. Yep. Routine says not really, it just increases general vigilance. Crowds tend to wake us up. No, so wait. Like if you join a sports team or the church, and I mean you have the crowd and all, but then if they are not meeting around the time that you should wake up, or if they are not calling you to wake you up, because now the what we are looking for a solution to is how do I get up? So how would that be helpful? But when you know you are being watched, you tend to sleep less deeply. But who would be watching you then? Maybe there is a context to it that I am not appreciating, but then I would love to know more about it. That's why I'm asking those questions. So who will be watching you? The fact that I'm in a sports team, how, like, why would they be watching me? I know that being a member of something has, like, for instance, being here as a member of the Study With Me crew, even for me, comes with a lot of benefits, right? Because it keeps me learning, it keeps me focused, And now I know people are watching me publicly. And in fact, anybody at all can be watching me. Even my boss can come across the stream and see what I'm doing, whether I'm really working or not. You know, so it gives you that. Um, it makes you stay conscious about these things, and also conscious about things that you do and how you do the things that you do. Yeah. So I don't know how that solves the sleep problem, but then I know that being a community or being a group goes a long way to help you achieve a lot of things. And yeah, let's see. Oh, Hinox says, I have headaches those days. I thought it was due to much screen. Oh, okay. Of my eyes. Did a checkup and told me nothing with. Yeah. So that's one thing. The I think the eye too has its. I mean, it's able to also induce some headache for me, right? I usually do not want to generalize any of these things, because until you have done an experiment with a larger population, you can't just use your situation to say it is so for everybody. But then for me, I think even till now, when I strain my eyes, that's why I usually zoom into things. But the moment I begin to strain my eyes, I feel the impact. So it has its role, but then dehydration is like one of the biggest causes of headache most of the time. And now thinking about it, I want to believe that decreased blood flow will probably be the cause. I'm not too sure, but I know increased blood pressure can cause headaches. So all of these things, headache has a lot of causes. You can't associate it with just one thing, right? But as I keep saying, you have to know thyself. Man, don't know thyself, right? You have to know yourself very well to be able to tell what is wrong today. Like, is there something you routinely do that you're not doing today? That's why you're feeling the way you feel. Begin to think about those possible correlations and establish causal relationships. That I've realized that anytime I do this, in fact, there are people that anytime they take plenty sugar, they suffer headaches. That's why I'm saying we shouldn't just go ahead and generalize any of these things, but pay attention to yourself. Like, what exactly do you do to do that? So let me share another example. For me, I tend to sleep a lot. If those of you who are Ghanaians will appreciate this, I don't know about the others, but Ghanaians know we have a staple food in Ghana called wachi, okay, which is just if I can describe it for you, that is just colored rice with beans in it. Like, it's mixed. It is how we prepare it. Okay, so it's the color is more wine, right? I think the white leaves are wine. Anyway, yeah. For your information, when I came here, they sell wache powder, like as in not the leaves that we use in Ghana. Here they've blended. I don't know if they literally blended it, but then I bought it as powder that I used to prepare wache. That's just by the way. So you have that colored rice, which is like wine color with beans inside. And I mean, in Ghana, it's one of the foods that we adore a lot, right? So every one of us wants to eat it. But anytime I eat wachi, like, I'm very full. It fills me up very well, okay? Except that as soon as I finish eating it, I begin to feel sleepy. For me, that's what I've observed. If I take in Hausa cocoa, which is porridge made from millets, I begin to sleep to the point that that was my undergraduate research that I did, wanting to understand why some people sleep off when they take Hausa cocoa, as we call it. That's millet porridge. And we figured out that there is something called tryptophan in there, which is an amino acid that is easily converted to the sleep hormone. And for that matter, the levels of tryptophan in foods that you eat could possibly correlate with the ability to induce sleep or not. So, as part of my research, which has been even published, I think it was published a year or two after I completed school. No, I didn't complete school. I did it when I was in fourth year. So it was published by the time I was in either fifth or sixth year. No, I think when I moved to sixth year, that was when that paper was published. You know, we were able to find out that the amount of Hausa cocoa was no, sorry, the amount of tryptophan in that millet porridge is substantial enough to induce sleep in some people. That's the average amount that a Ghanaian would take, which at the time we would have called, oh, just a 50 pesos Hausa cocoa has enough amount to induce sleep in people. But then I later realized that even for the sleep effect, there are people, it depends on there are some what we call enzymes, okay, that needs to convert these things. So we all don't have the same level of those enzymes, and we may probably have to do more studies into it to figure out which kind of people are more susceptible to it or not. But me personally, I know very well that if I take Hausa cocoa before class, man, you have to beg me to be awake during that class, you know. But the most important lesson here is that know thyself, know what affects what. So now I know that if I take Hausa cocoa, like right now, literally, especially now that I'm just here alone doing focus sessions, if I should take Hausa cocoa, in fact, I bought millet powder for preparing Hausa cocoa, but because of these streams, I don't go and prepare some. Because if I prepare Hausa cocoa and I take it and I come and sit here, I'm pretty sure during the focus session, you find me sleeping. And I believe none of you want to see me sleeping whilst we are on the stream. I don't know what kind of motivation that will be for anyone who is on the stream. Yeah. Okay. This. Oh, okay. Wow. You don't drink water the whole day. I think that's so. What you can do is to begin the process of drinking water and be conscious about. So you see this thing here, you find me picking it just because it's convenient for me to pick it to drink. If my water was upstairs, I'm pretty sure I'll go through the stream without drinking any water. So you first have to break the friction. And I think mostly see, over the past week, I've been listening to Stephen Bally, the Diary of the CEO, and he talking about his discipline equation and how friction plays a key role in making you disciplined or not. Like anything that has a higher friction to doing, you are usually not disciplined enough to do it unless your wife for doing it way far outweighs the friction. So if I'm sitting here and I can talk the whole day without drinking water and nothing is going to happen, why will I even force myself to get up every now and then and go upstairs to go and drink water? It wouldn't even occur to me. So in order to avoid that, I pack as many water bottles. See, I have another water bottle here. There is another here. There is another here. And they are all filled with water. Okay. So in other, like in that way, I do not have any excuse not to take water. Like I have water every single time I want to take. And every morning when I wake up, before I come and start the stream, I go and fill my water bottles. And I come and put them here. They are at arm's length. So anytime that I feel that my throat is becoming a bit dry, or I just turn and see it and I feel I haven't drank water in a while, I just pick it up and I drink it. So that's something that you can work into your daily routine. And in fact, everywhere I'm going, I carry this. So this is the water bottle. This is a water bottle, but I put it in there so that I'm able to carry it along and keep it inside my bag. So I always have it like this, and I'm able to carry it along. Right. So that's just me trying to reduce the friction to ensure that I take as much water as I should in a day. Okay, we've had quite some interesting discussions today. Let me finally read this then. The last bit, work related stresses. Say job demands, if there's high workloads, tight deadlines. Okay, I mean, I can agree with that. And job insecurity can contribute to work related stress. There is workplace conflicts. Conflicts with colleagues or supervisors can be a significant source of stress. Job change, starting a new job, losing a job, or changing careers can be stressful. Or there's financial stresses, financial hardship, that's struggling with debt, unexpected expenses, or financial instability. Then job loss, losing a job or experiencing a significant decrease in income can lead to financial stress. And personal stresses, major life events, events like divorce, the death of a loved one, marriage, or the birth of a child can be stressful even if they are positive life changes. Health issues, serious illness, chronic health conditions, or concerns about one's health can be stressful. And trauma, experiencing or witnessing traumatic events can lead to long lasting stress. The last bit is cultural and societal stresses, discrimination and prejudice. Experiencing discrimination or prejudice based on factors like race, gender, or sexual orientation can be highly stressful. Yeah, I agree. Then societal issues. This broader societal issues such as political unrest, economic instability, or global crisis can contribute to stress. Yeah, so I'm glad at least we're able to talk about some of these things, because sometimes because no one is talking about it, because you don't have the knowledge of it, you do things anyhow. But once again, to quote Maulila Maulila's mantra for us, knowledge will okay, knowledge and skills, right? We updated it to knowledge and skills. So knowledge and skills will always separate the boys from the men. So it's good for us to be knowledgeable of some of these things and not just assume their meanings that we know them. And now with the refined knowledge, we do what is right to keep us alive. Yeah. So today's topics were interesting. Yeah, very much. Anyway, I'm glad we're able to have this discussion, right? There's still a lot for us to discuss. Maybe we'll look into that later. But when you get some free time, try reading around it or listening to some of the experts talk about these things. And when you listen to the experts, I'm not saying that you should just take their word for it. Remember, I told you that by default, my brain is, if everybody is doing this thing, then there is a reason not to do it. I need to find that reason or convince me why I need to do it before I do it, so that I don't just get into the habit of following things because everybody is doing it, because most of the time everybody is wrong. Most of the time we never we never tend to question those things at most of the time. So I mean, I am 100% wrong almost all the time. But then I believe that, yeah, it's not because everybody is following it that's why it's wrong. And when you begin to question some of those things, you usually get enlightening revelations. And I think for me the best thing is finding out what works best for you, like, and finding out reasons to do it yourselves. Like, I'm doing this thing this way because of this, and not just because, hey, oh, this is what was expected of me, this is what we needed to do, this is what everybody expected me to do. No, no way. Okay, so I think we should be bringing the session to an end now, and let's see. I need to go investigate whether my battery is dying, because today it looks a bit, my mouse is not very responsive as usual. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree. Like most of our assumptions are wrong. But then the funny thing is, now you are saying that most of our assumptions are wrong. The funny thing is that a lot of the reasons that we've been given for several things are other people's assumptions, except that people decided not to question them. So they accepted it as it is, and now they expect us to accept it as it is. But then it was somebody's assumption that this should be the case if this is this, and they just went with it. Everybody went with it, and we are all going with it because of that. So I would rather we begin questioning things, and also trying to create our own sort of experiments, whether it's on smaller scales or larger scales, to appreciate what is happening, or looking at other experiment that has been conducted and trying to tease out knowledge based on that. Max says less than 9 hours. Oh, to submit printf. Oh my goodness. All the best. All the best. Less than 9 hours. Yeah. I don't know that feeling. How, like, I don't know how it feels like right now. Interesting. So we've done only three questions and so many errors. So oh man. Yeah. Right now, I really don't know what to say. Maybe the people who are in other cohorts who have already done it can say something about it, because I did printer projects more than a year ago, and I can't really remember much. I think it was a bit frustrating, apart from the fact that I met my partner and we did some. We The first 2 days we were live streaming. The subsequent days it was really challenging, because I was trying to reach my partner and he was nowhere to be found, not knowing that he had lost his phone, and he was also struggling to reach me. And it was a host of issues. I was struggling. Now when I tell people that I struggle with some of these projects that we did, people do not believe me. And because of that, they 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 make me feel like not wanting to share my struggles, because even when share it, people say no, the guy is lying to us. Like, the reality is that ALS was never simple. In fact, it was my first time learning C. So the struggles that you're all going through, I mean, I've been there before. I feel it sometimes even worse, because when you know that you are putting in the time, like I know the kind of time I'm putting into this and I'm struggling like that and all. But look at the brighter side of it. At the end of the day, it went well for me. I missed all those struggles, not giving up and keeping on going. It brought me this far. So, hey, if for anything at all, just keep going, keep pushing yourself, learn what you need to learn from it. Life is, as they say, full of ups and downs. It's never linear, right? It's never. Even progress itself is never linear. Sometimes you go this way, sometimes come this way, sometimes like that. So yeah, please try your best. Take your time to debug what you have. Don't be in a hurry to finish everything, but do as much as you can. So the ones that you understand, do as much as you can. Try and make sure that every part that you have written so far, you really understand it, and begin to debug those ones and see how far that goes. But one other thing that I recommend is you talk to other people. You are not the only one struggling. The other people, they may have a different experience from you. So talk to them, find out what they are doing differently, then try implementing some of the new things you discover from that. Marilla says Simple Shell was the most frustrating for me. That project was just hell. Oh my. If I'll do it again, I'll still struggle. I know, right? I mean, if I'm supposed to do it again, any of those projects, I think the only different thing is that now I'm knowledgeable on how to use documentations, how to read these things and leverage them. And besides, now there's ChatGPT, which I can use to understand some of the things faster than it I did when there wasn't anything like that. So yes, it's still going to be challenging, but I feel that it will be less stressful. That's relatively. I'm using less stressful as in relative to how stressful it was for the first time. And besides, it wouldn't be my first time, so it's not like coming without experience. Now I would have some level of experience to face it. So I believe that yeah, I'm going to struggle, but relatively it will be way lesser than the first kind of struggle. The rains are back here. Thank you everyone for today's stream. Looking forward to another day of learning tomorrow. Yeah, anyway, enjoy the rest of your evening, Marilla. I think it's is a good time for us to stop here. For me to also go try get some walk around and straighten myself up. But for those of you on the stream, I really appreciate your time. If it was your first time here and you haven't been here before, I needed to welcome you, and I did in the beginning, but maybe you joined along the line. You're welcome to join us. We are trying to create a community of lifetime learners, people who are inspired to keep learning and working and making impact. Right? Oh, it means I welcome. Yeah, so I thought as much. Anyway, so if you're interested in joining us, you're happy to join us. Every single day we are live for like 5 hours to 6 hours. Today we this at this very moment I'm talking, we are live we've been live for 5 hours, 31 seconds, 39 milliseconds. So and it's a matter of learning and discussing, and we discuss a lot of interesting things, like, but then also helping you in your studies, stay helping you stay motivated. Hi Olive, welcome. Helping you stay motivated is the main goal, but also having a sense of community where we all check up on each other. When you are not present, we know that you are not present. We look for you. Why didn't you join? What is happening? If there is anything that we can help with, we share our thoughts on all of those things. Olive too just joined. Yeah, you're welcome. And we're happy to have you. So let me draw the link to the to the forms that you can use to join the community. Let me drop that link for you or who are interested in joining the community. But please, I don't want it to be like any other one. You don't just join and you are nowhere to be found. If you are joining, then it means you are pledging to be joining us for the live sessions and joining in with the discussions. So I've put the link there. Click on that link and you're able to join in. Make sure you join the WhatsApp group as well if you are on WhatsApp. Then yeah, so every single day we are live for averagely 5 hours, but those 5 hours or 6 hours that will be here is broken down into focus sessions and break sessions. Like each session is made up of one focus session and one break session. And how we do it is the first 60 minutes is the focus session, while when we all get busy trying to learn or work, depending on what you are doing at that point in time. Then afterwards, we come for the break to have our discussions, right? And during your studies too, if you have during the focus session, you have any question like something isn't clear whilst you are learning, all you need to do is to drop the question in the chat. And during the next break session, we will take that question on and discuss it. And besides, it doesn't necessarily have to be a question with regards to technical stuff that you're learning. We are open to learning anything. And in fact, if you heard the conversation that we're having today, it was just about stress and fatigue and all of those things, right? Sleep and any of those issues. So we are open to having those sort of discussions. At the end of the day, there should be discussions that are going to add value to us. It's going to help us improve in life, right? And the mantra that we have adopted as proposed by Mawelila is that knowledge and skills separates the boys from the men, right? And I've tried to explain it a couple of times that in a lot of times, a lot of things, it is usually knowledge and skills, like having the requisite knowledge and skills that separates people into various classes. So when you talk about the um, even in society in general, like the elites and the non-elites, like it's always about knowledge and skills. When you go to the workplace, we have say senior engineers, junior engineers, all of those people. Mostly it is knowledge and skills that separates these people. So we'd want to build up our knowledge every single day. We want to get better at it, but then we also want to be in a community where we feel welcome, where we get inspired by others and what they are doing to also push ourselves to the max. So I hope Olive and Ebenezer, I hope you've been able to sign up, and every other person who is also interested, just go ahead and sign up. And tomorrow, God willing, same time we'll be here. For those of you who are not aware of the time that we meet around, so the start time, official start time is 9 a.m. EDT, which is 1 p.m. GMT. So you find the time, the respective time in your time zone, right? And 1 p.m. GMT. But sometimes I do start the stream earlier than that if I'm free by then. So mostly I schedule the stream for 8:55 EDT. That's like 12:55 GMT. And when I show up, we have some discussions early morning like that before we start our first focus session. And we go straight for 60 hours focused. Then take a break and come back to discuss, go for another session like that until we go past 2 p.m. EDT, which is 6 p.m. GMT, where we close. All right. So thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate your time, and I look forward to having you join us tomorrow for another wonderful day. Please, if you are yet to complete what you're learning, go ahead to complete it. If you come across anything that you're confused about, that you need further clarification, you're happy to jot it down and bring it to the stream tomorrow so that we'll try and learn it together. I'll give you some pointers if possible. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you, God willing, tomorrow. Until then, bye bye.